What's up, everybody? Woodyo here again, playing some more Kerbal Space Program. Let's pick up where I left off. I believe I had got my space station in orbit over the Mun. Now I believe I have I was working on a refueling rocket to get up there to that station. And then, third, I'm going to send the lander. I should only need to send one lander up into space, and I'm going to use that to complete missions on both the Moon and on Minmus. Who knows? Maybe it will even go further. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to install Kerbal attachment systems to where I could modify my ships in orbit. I'll do that in the future. Really, that's a feature that should be already available in the game, I think. Like, that's what NASA does. That's what a lot of stuff has happened, or a lot of the creations, well, a lot of the stuff we have in space has been at least fixed or repaired while in orbit. And I believe the space station was built in pieces. So, I mean, you should be able to attach things after leaving the assembly buildings. Keep that in mind, developers. Remember, hear me. Alright, so RBB, I think, or no, KRR is what I named that refueling rocket. Kerbal Refueling Rocket. Let's load her up. I'm not sure if it even reached orbit. You know what? Let me leave here real quick and check my tracking station just to make sure I left off where I think I did. Should just be one vessel. There could be two. Yep, just one orbiting the Mun. And there is my relay satellite. I should probably move it into a more circular orbit. It's in a highly eccentric one right now. Or I could put another one up and have it do the exact opposite. At least it zooms around Kerbin pretty quickly. I'm just kind of afraid that one day it's going to come crashing back down while I have somebody stationed all the way out as far as I can go. Let's see, at Elo, for example. Well, that's the last place. That's gonna take a lot. 113 billion miles away from Kerbal. From Kerbin. That is pretty far. The Mun is at a distance of 11,400,000 even. Minmus is at 46 million. I believe Duna, or Eve, becomes the second closest planet, or the next closest planet. It looks that way, so maybe I'll go to Eve before I try going to Duna. But it always wants to send me out to Duna with the missions first. So anyways, I just got the space station out in orbit. Wow. The render time on that was... wow. I need a new video card. I probably need to start considering building a new computer, to be honest. This one's a little bit past its prime. It still works fine, though. It still plays a lot of the games that I want to play. I'm only going to be taking Jeb and a student pilot. The noob. We're going to go out here and bring Valentina home. And then next, we are going to send out our lander. Actually, I might get this into orbit, send the lander into orbit immediately after, and then send them both out to rendezvous with Valentina at the Mun station. Alright, so SAS is enabled, throttle set to max. Let's double check our staging here. Oh, I don't want those boosters to separate at the same time as my main, well, secondary engines. So fire the main engine, break the scaffolding, fire the little boosters, fire the secondaries, separate, jettison the boosters, jettison first set of secondaries, second set of secondaries, third set of secondaries. Why are these guys burning here? Let's take this back to assembly real quick. I need to fix my staging. These guys break first. Break and fire these. Break and fire these. We'll separate from that until we fire those. Okay. Then the shield. We can leave that down here. Yeah, because it has to break the shield before I can fire those. And there should be a way to scroll the staging. Here we go. Drogues. Main. Wait. Alright, this goes up here. Separate from the fuel. And then return everybody home. I'm going to go ahead and rename this to KRRR. The Kerbal Return. The Kerbal Refueling Return Rocket. There we go. Kerbal Refueling and Return Rocket. Let's check up load. Let's delete that and delete that. Since it's doing more than refueling and it's actually returning, I don't need to call it the KRRR or the KRR. That'll be another time. So I got the lights, I got my batteries. I don't got much battery. Let's go ahead and throw on some extra bats. At least on here. I won't need to return home with him. I know it's money, throwing away money, but I'll be alright. That should be plenty of electric charge to actually transmit home any data or stuff I might collect with while being connected to the station. The station has its own batteries anyways, so it'll be okay. So maybe I should go with smaller batteries. Oh, I do have that reactionary wheel, but I've got solar panels. I'll go with smaller batteries. How much are these? 80 a piece, 100 charge. So they're cheaper than these. So I'll go ahead and put 4 on here. I mean, I'm saving money. I'm getting a little bit more charge. Not the excess amount that I need, or that I would get with the Z400s. Alright, let's save what I got. And let's see if we'll get this thing to orbit. Oh, I forgot to check the crew. That's alright. No, it's not. I can't do that now. I'm gonna have to go back again. That's alright. I know what I'll do. I'll recover the vessel. No, I won't. I'll revert to assembly and just do it the way. No, it was set up exactly how I wanted it to be. I need to learn some patience. Alright, so Jeb and Tillin, however you want to pronounce his name, the noob pilot, looks like a chick. So her name, I suppose. Save what I got. Triple check the staging. Main engine. All the boosters and secondary engines. Cut the umbilical cord to the ground. Separate. Jettison the first boosters. Jettison secondaries. Third, 4. Break the shield. Jettison main engine. Ignite ARR's main engines. Or whatever you want to call them at that point. Separate. Deploy. Alright, saving what I got again, just for redundancy's sake. Double check my aerodynamics here. Oh no, I clicked the wrong part. Just below the fuel lines, which will break when they separate and jettison anyways. I'll be in orbit by then, so it's not going to really matter if those fins all break. Save what I got again, because damn, I'm redundant. Rocket's going to cost $85,000. I've got $436 in the bank. I'm going to have to revert to launch because it's going to deploy out here on the launch pad like there's a bunch of fog. It's a bug. It's been doing it since I reinstalled the game. Hey, it didn't do it. I wonder if it was something with my drivers. I updated my graphics drivers last night. So possibly. Let's enable the SAS, set throttle to max. Alrighty, let's get ready to light the fuse. Give me 1 second here. Alrighty. Let's kick her off here. 3, 2, 1. Lift off. My gravity turn immediately, edging over towards the 90 mark. give you all a little bit of a better view. Separate from the little boosters once they go. There goes the first secondary engines. Start tilting it over a little bit more. Guess I can edge back on the throttle a little bit. Apoapsis is double my current altitude. Time to apoapsis is still rising. Speed is still increasing. Oh, I'm not paying attention. I might have to revert to launch on this one because of that mistake right there. I forgot to jettison that stage. Carrying extra weight up into the sky. Time to apoapsis is still rising. Altitude still rising. So I'm going to begin to nose down towards the horizon more and more. Atmosphere is at, I forget, 676 or so, 67. Keep my time to apoapsis right around a minute. I'll start to flatten out with the horizon once I get around 80,000 meters. And it's my preferred circular orbit. 80,000 apoapsis and 80,000 periapsis. Makes for a nice near Kerbin circular orbit. Time to apoapsis is rising some more. I'll nose down a little bit more. Decrease my throttle a tad. Let's check how much time I've got left in this. Oh yeah, I can nose it, or I could slow it down some more. That's so cool, man. I've almost reached the speed necessary to maintain orbit. 2,200 meters a second, I believe, is what it is. Let's go ahead and switch over to the orbital cam. Still have over 1,000 delta V, so this main engine can still push me out to the Mun. And I still have 200 delta V roughly left over, maybe a little bit less. Let's go ahead and lock on our prograde trajectory. Throttle up just a tad. It's not going to take much to reach my orbit from here. "36 seconds and risings." periapsis is about to break even and start heading into an altitude on the low end. There we go. That's true orbit right there. Actually, technically right here. I could at least go around once. Below 45,000 meters and the atmosphere will probably slow you down enough. Oops, that's a little bit too much. Whoops. I used a little bit too much delta V. I don't have enough in this stage now to get to the moon. I mean, actually I probably do. I don't have to do anything fancy. I don't need a perfectly circular orbit or anything. The Mun is our current target. From the Mun, we'll switch over to the Mun station, MSS-1. Let's get it right about here at our maneuver. I think it's around 800 meters a second. Alright, so my closest point altitude of 200,000. So if I remember right, it's in a it's roughly circular orbit right there. So I have to meet that. Let's bring our periapsis on this maneuver down to meet that. Yeah, we'll worry about all the fine details from there. We'll leave it at about, yeah, that's good. Because then I can rendezvous a little bit easier. Helps to be a little bit further away when trying to rendezvous. Alright, so let's move this beast in the direction of our maneuver node. Get ready to time travel 16 minutes into the future. Check my batteries. Almost down 100 in electric charge so far. My protective shell is still on, so I can't deploy my solar panels yet. Not yet. Alright, let's go. Three minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Alrighty. We're about there. Hardly see my rocket. I need to adjust planet shine here real quick. That should be good. Stands out a little bit better. Not much, but I mean, we're on the dark side, there's no star. Turn the lights on and they shouldn't be able to see them. I mean, they're inside the protective shell. That's a bug. Oh, I missed my maneuver node. Not paying attention again. There goes the protective shell. I should have deployed earlier. Separate, because that's spent. Whoa! What the hell? Control from here. Whoa! What the hell is going on there? Something ain't right. Why do I still have that attached? Something's just not right though. Control from there. Left, right. Let's lock the gimbals on these things. Maybe that's my problem. Let me go ahead and end this maneuver node and just pilot us in the old-fashioned way. That'll be good. I'm going to keep as much fuel as possible. In all honesty, let's just fix our... Yeah, monopropellant. Very effective at long range in adjusting your orbit. Hooray for that stuff. I don't see the mun. There it is. I must have missed the... Man, I missed the frickin' eclipse. That probably was pretty cool. Man. Should have been paying attention. Missed so many cool little features and, or whatever you want to call it. I can't think of what they're called. Phenomena. Missed so many little acts of natural phenomena in this game because of time travel. I mean, that right there is pretty cool too. Seeing all the clouds with the realistic atmospheres mod. And then you could see the line where the sun is still rising or falling on one side of Kerbal. And it's rising on the other side that we can't see at the moment. As we get further away, we could see both horizons and both poles. see the the spinning motion of the planet. Alright, let's go ahead and quick save. This guy's on its way to the moon. I said earlier that I was going to launch the lander immediately after I got the refueling and return rocket into orbit, but I didn't. So, let's get the lander on its way to the moon as well. I think I'd already built the lander, so it's just a matter of putting it on the launch pad and lighting the fuse. WTG2 or is it WTG min LR? KS3. It was probably KS3. Let's check it out. Looks like what it was I was aiming to do. Plenty of Delta V on board. I like it. I like it. Using solid rocket boosters to put this baby in orbit instead of my secondary liquid. Forgot the lander can has those open doors. I guess I could put some things down there inside. You know what I'm just now noticing? This thing does not have batteries. It has no batteries or solar panels. These are things I need to add. Got lights. I do have solar panels. Okay, so it wouldn't really hurt to go ahead and just add one set. Oh wait. Just put them right here. And some batteries. I need some batteries that I can put right there. Do I have... I see the mystery goose, but do I have... any thermometers or anything like that out there yet? Maybe not. Might as well take everything I can, and definitely this. series, or Batman batteries. I never noticed that before. That's pretty funny. Okay, so I got all my science experiments that I need. Close those doors. That's right, I still need RCS fuel. I need monopropellant. I'm going to put that. I don't know, probably not the best place for that. There we go. Right here will work. I guess I could do it like this, since I won't really need them later on. But just in case I do, I'll leave 2 right there. Save what I got. This one needs to carry a pilot that I don't yet have. Ugh. Why did I do it like this? I need to carry some tourists that go to the Mun. So let's see who I have to take to the Mun. Satellite, science, station. Here we go, tourists. Orbit the Mun. Orbit the Mun. Fly by the Mun, land on the Mun. Okay, so we're taking Huddard. I guess nobody else needs to land on the Mun? Everybody else is landing on Minmus? Let's go ahead and take Malong. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and take Loudus. Alright, so that's a full vessel right there. And I can Shuffle Out Loudest and Malong whenever I rendezvous with the Mooner Station. The Mooner Station. Still have enough Delta V? Still have plenty of Delta V. Not according to Kerbal Space Program, though. Hooray for mods. Let's double check our staging here. Main engine. Brake. Those things. Ignite the solid boosters. Brake the solid boosters. Break away from the main engine. Ignite landers engines. Break away from the tanks and secondaries. Break away. Let's give our drogue chutes their own. These are all the mains, if I remember right. 4 and 2. Alright, I think that's ready to go. I don't believe I forgot anything. Everybody's on board. Double checked my staging list. Got everything I need for the landing and rendezvous. Now I just gotta get this sucker up to the moon. So I'm gonna be back in just a few moments. I'm gonna take a break right quick. I'll set the Kerbal alarm clock here so you guys got a countdown for me. Raw time alarm. 10 minutes? Yeah, that should be plenty enough time. So we'll call the launch in 10 minutes here. Have the alarm sound off too. Delete alarm when done. Alright guys, see you guys in T-minus 10 minutes. Alrighty, I'm back here. Let's get going again. Let's delete this alarm. Get rid of the clock. And get ready to put this baby into orbit. SAS is on, throttle set to max. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Immediately start the gravity turn. And this one, since it doesn't have secondary, or since it's all solid rocket boosters, the kickers here, I'm going to slow down my main engine once I exceed 200 meters a second. Try to conserve some of my main engine's fuel. Some seconds. Oh no, I might lose it. Oh, it came close. Throttle back a little bit more. Seconds left in solid boosters, roughly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Separate. Oh, I see. I don't have the other engine on this thing, so yeah, it was going to be a little bit more difficult. Well, not necessarily difficult. That's probably not the word I'm looking for. But not as efficient. Who knows, maybe it will be more efficient. We'll see. Throttle up a little bit, try to maintain a 60-second time to apoapsis. Still need to raise the apoapsis up a little bit anyways. This isn't going to be as efficient a stage as I had hoped for. Down to 900 meters a second. Delta V left. Alright, at least the orbit's starting to balance out now. A little bit over a minute left to burn at this rate. I should achieve a circular orbit here in just a little while. Actually, I could throttle down a little bit more. Start getting closer to our time to apoapsis. Bring it down to like maybe 15, 30 seconds, somewhere in between there. I'm almost at zero throttle. It's almost all the way back. I'm still bringing up the periapsis. Increase throttle a little bit more since time is fast encroaching, or fast approaching. Alright, there's orbit. Perfect. Alright, now just get this sucker out to the moon or to the mun. Hey look, it's another eclipse. I wonder if I could see it as I reach around here to the other side. Add maneuver. .35. .38. That'll be good enough right there. Let's get this beast flipped around to the maneuver node. Turn on the lights, I suppose. Extend solar panels. Let's use my monopropellant to flip her around. Should have plenty. Okie dokie. So I'll come back around. And that's a cool shot right there. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Aww. Ah, no. I just goofed. Oh man, how I goofed. Let's do this. Hey, RCS. Just keep an eye on the RCS tanks. Not a repellent tank. I can't believe I did that. All in the name of a frickin' screenshot, man. I wasted fuel. And brought myself back into the atmosphere. There we go. It's not circular, but it's frickin' orbit, man. Alrighty, I think alright, I just gotta fix this. Yeah, actually gotta use less Delta V by the looks of it. Which is a good thing. Considering I just wasted some. Maneuver node is in 7 minutes. I'm going to disable the engine as I come around. I know I don't have much delta V left in this stage. Let me check it real quick just to make sure. 47 meters a second, that's it. It'll bring me just under the 800 needed to get to the mountain. So let's shut this into Magma. Prepare for any cool screenshots I might have upcoming. I don't think there's any science to be had. Pretty sure I've already done everything around here. Could check it anyways. 1.0. That's not worth it's not worth the time and effort it would be. Aim the camera at that part so I can get a look in. Log pressure? Nope. Temperature? Nope. Seismic activity? Nothing to log. Well, of course, we're in space. We're in a vacuum. There is nothing. 0.1 point. Nope. There's nobody on there to... What in the world? What just happened? Everything outside is turned black. Did all my Kerbals just die? Why? What happened to space, man? Whoa. I'm afraid to quick save. Uh-oh. Hey, I mean, I guess it's all there. I think this is an engine failure. There's an autosave. There's so many bugs in this game now. It didn't used to be this way. I mean, you could fight with the engine things like the Kraken, the infamous Kraken, where your ship would shake apart. But I mean, all of that, it came down to engineering, and that was the cool part. They weren't really bugs per se. It was just engineering a solution to what you're trying to achieve, which is what this game is all about. It was cool. But this black screen right here is a bug. There's no way around it. This is a bug. And I zoomed out too far, I guess. I'm trying to right click on my ship, but I can't find it. Alright, so I'm going to quick save and hope I don't regret it. And quick load. I mean, if it's not a bug, see? Everything's back. If it's not a bug, then I don't know what just happened there. Something to do with opening and closing the doors. I took a crew report, or attempted to take a crew report, right before, and then I closed the doors and everything went black. No matter what I did, zooming in or zooming out, changing views to the Kerbals inside, even the view for the Kerbals inside was black. See, I can look out the windows now and see stars. I couldn't before. Why is it looks like the ship is rotating, but I guess Kerbal is rotating. Kerbin is rotating. Alrighty, so 2 in almost a half minutes till my maneuver node. Let's get ready. I turned the engine off. That way I could try to get a screenshot on the way around. Let me see. Shift tab. Hey, where's Steam at? Oh, I guess where I launched the game through CCAN, it didn't actually launch Steam. No wonder I can't get to my Steam overlay. Uh-oh. There was a bunch of news on the Steam thing. Does that mean it's that time of year again? When people start draining their wallets for games they'll never play on Steam? They'll install it, play it once, and then it will get uninstalled for something else. And it will just sit dormant in your Steam library for eons.
I don't get it on Steam, honestly. Seeing some people's profile that says achievement for owning 1,000 games. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Don't
Well,
tell me you play all those every day.
you get to brag in the Steam community about how many games you have.
Yes, I've spent $20,000 on games where I was
But you don't have to all the time. In these Steam sales, things get really cheap. But then, yeah, you'll end up spending a stupid amount of money on games that you'll never play. Or you'll play once and it'll will quickly fade, like, this game sucks. But you already paid for it, and it's too late for the refund or whatever. Not that that happens too often. Here I am playing Sea of Thieves. Every day I contemplate getting a refund still, after having the pre-order and playing it for over a year now. I still want my money back. Damn British. It's just frustrating. Their whole fucking ways of censorship and shit. It's annoying. They can't take criticism. And it's frustrating because they don't listen. It makes for terrible customer service. And when you have terrible customer service, nobody wants to deal with you. That's my whole issue with it. And then they've broken their word and gone back on things they said they would never do. And it's not that it was. I mean, every company does that. I'll give them a break, to an extent. But they said that it was their core values to maintain a cross-platform environment because that's what they wanted to achieve, something to bring all the platforms together, to force them together, and force everybody to an even playground or level playing ground. And they had it. They had it. All they needed was a little bit more content because the game was perceived as shallow. But it was awesome. You should have tried, if you could have played it in beta, man, you would have loved it. It was almost a different game whenever they played in beta. But then once they launched it to the console users, it changed. Everybody started demanding some single player way or some place where people could play without being attacked by others, no PvP. They wanted PvP free servers
wow.
and stuff like that. They didn't understand what Sea of Thieves meant was meant to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now we've got this whole battle royale server base and adventure mode server base, and yeah, I'm rambling on now about how Rare conceded to the console base and everything. And it could have been so great. It just could have been so much better. I still love the game, I won't lie. I'm glad that I haven't got my money back for it. And I'm glad that I still have it. The little one likes it. The older kiddo, I don't know so much. Kinda. He'll play every once in a while. It's kind of like me on Fortnite. We used to play games, but more often together, but they were different games. It's not. I don't blame console per se. It's the users, and little kids aren't able to play on a PC. There's too many buttons. They don't. They're still learning what all the letters mean, and their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. You know. So it's about who you're appealing to, and console is that's the con to one of the cons or on the console end. The older you get, the more able you're capable of understanding a computer. You can plug a controller into a computer, so I guess you can have kids play on the computer, but you have to have a parent or somebody able to help guide them along. I am over my burn point by 3 minutes. I'm sitting here rambling about Sea of Thieves and consoles versus PCs, and I missed my maneuver. Oh well, let's see. I'll just do this and adjust. Oops. That should be all I need right there. I'll just warp around here. So yeah, I mean, I got a friend who's in his 30s. I love the dude to death, as a friend. And he's a really cool guy. It means well, but man, he just isn't able to build a computer. He doesn't understand all the parts and stuff. He's not even mechanically inclined, honestly. And that's kind of what PCs are in a new age kind of way. You have to have some kind of mechanical and technical ability, and he doesn't have that, but he loves video games. So, naturally, he is a console person. But it just takes a little bit of understanding, really. He's just more afraid of it. He's the jock kind of guy. He'll play Madden and whoop everybody's ass on console. He's really good at it too. Like I told him, he should get into the Madden tournaments and go and get on TV, and he'd probably whoop everybody's ass. He's that good, but he can't play on a PC game. He thinks all PC users are cheaters. I'm like, man, that's so far from the truth. Yeah, you can mod your PC game very easily. Like I've got Kerbal Engineer installed, and it helps me with all this information. But that's not really cheating. But I've wanted to play PUBG. I'm sure I'll play it eventually.
It's fun.
It, my kiddo says it's fun, but I think I gotta pay money for it on PC.
I played it on mobile and I probably have like a 90% rating. I don't know. Mobile people suck on that game.
Fortnite is basically the kiddie version of that, from my understanding, and that's one reason why I don't play a lot of Fortnite. I guess where it's animated, it's got that more cartoonish feel, and then there's some silly things in it like the boombox or whatever. Public test servers free. Oh, cool. I'll have to definitely check into that. I love testing, anyways, on console. I mean, we got the little kid an all digital Xbox One here recently for his birthday, and it's set up in our bedroom, in his parents and our parents in our bedroom. So maybe I'll have to play around on the console some. Whip around one more time. I guess I must have hit that plus button one too many times. See, and I've heard this game is available on Xbox now, and Kerbal Space Programs. It would be difficult, I think, to play this on with a mouse, or not a mouse, without a mouse and keyboard. Uh, there's so much functionality that goes into this game that there must be a lot of combinations of keys that you have to press on a controller to be able to fly these rockets properly. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, it gets complicated on a mouse and keyboard, to be honest. I'll hit the wrong button all the time. That's why I've had to miss my maneuver node 2 or 3 times here. Activate the engine. I'm late by 9 seconds, but that's alright. Jettison that and burn the rest of the way. Yeah, and it's so easy to mess up. I'm sure we do. We have the whole function row, like the ability to quick save and quick load. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, do you even have mods? Like the realistic atmospheres and stuff like that? That's one of the things that I find most interesting and has kept me really a fan of Kerbal Space Program is the ability to mod it and the way the developers used to always, and they still do, kind of adapt what happens in those mods. There used to be a mod for the old school shuttles. Yeah, that talks, no mods. But it's still a really fun game because they're constantly putting out patches for it. The only beef that I really have with it lately is the way the Making History expansion pack costs money. Because there used to be a mod on PC that, like I was just saying, had the space shuttles, the NASA space shuttles in it, and it was called the NASA pack. And then they got rid of it. I guess the developers told them that they had to get rid of it because of licensing issues where they were getting ready to do a deal with NASA. And that whole deal with NASA was this whole Making History expansion pack. And now that I guess it was some way to make uh, raise funds for NASA or something. Does it? See, I've tried to do that, and I just haven't. I've tried to. What I usually do is at least start a station out in orbit of Kerbin, and then I'll send up some extra rockets up there with some extra fuel, and then I'll just dock with that station and take whatever fuel I need to just launch out. But I guess Kerbin does have a stronger pull, more gravity, so the farther out from it, and then you can use the slingshot effects of the moons. I just haven't really I haven't really mastered all of that yet. I honestly have never landed successfully on another planet. I can get to the moon, and to Minmus, that's a piece of cake. But getting to Duna or Eve, yeah, I'm sure docking is pretty difficult. I mean, it's not. I've practiced it enough, and I've gotten used to all the different. As you level up the pilots, it becomes a lot easier. Like where I'm flying here with Guspree, he's brand new to the program. He's new to Woodio's, uh, whatever the name of my space center is. So he doesn't have all those extra abilities over here to lock on the prograde, the retrograde, normal and anti-normal, and all that fun stuff. Landing on Eve. Yeah, see, that's what I was actually thinking about doing this go around. Maybe I'm gonna lower my expectations, literally, and get lower to orbit of whatever this star is called. Like thinking about taking it to Eve. Maybe I don't have to burn as much. There's another way to cheat on PC, I guess. It's not, I don't really think of it as cheating because it's information. I've got a Delta V map. Yeah, I'll alt tab to it real quick and show it to you. Let me go over to my desktop here. And bring this over here, check out my games. Kerbal Space Program, Delta V map. I've got it saved in a bookmark. So basically, I know how much Delta V it's going to take to get to all the moons and all the planetary bodies in the Kerbin sphere of influence. Or not Kerbin, but the Kerbal's sphere of influence. And this really helps. Let's see. Eve. 13,850 Delta V. Where's Duna here on this map? It actually takes less Delta V to get to Duna. So you can build a smaller rocket, in theory, to get to Duna than you can to Eve. So yeah, you've done better than me. I have got to near orbit of Duna, but my problem was my communications network wasn't strong enough to reach out that far, and I lost control of the craft where I'd sent a scientist. I failed. It was an epic fail. It was terrible. I was a little bit upset. So this time around, I plan on making a good stationary, a good geostationary Kerbal comms network, whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna make that thing reach out to the edge of its influence, Kerbal's influence, and beyond if I install some mods, but I don't really know if I'll get that far. It's taken me years to get just to near orbit of Duna. Granted, I'd have to look on Steam to see my actual amount of play hours. So, actually, oh, I did it again. Let's see how bad I messed up my orbit. Let me turn everything off here first. Alrighty. Yeah, engines are off. Now I can control using my monopropellant. Gotta keep an eye on how much I have. Disable that stuff. Okay, let's check where everything's at. My refueling and return rockets right there. Space station. Lander. Let's rename this. Because I plan on using it at both the Mun and at Minmus. Call it the Kerbal Sphere of Influence. Forgot the S. Accept. Let's switch out to the refueling rocket. Quick save what I got. Let's call this we'll call it a ship. We'll leave it as a ship. KRARR is still a KRAR. Still an accurate acronym. Those panels out. Some more contract achievements. Brings me up to 272. Alrighty, let's see here. This guy reaches the moon in 3 hours 36 minutes. I wish the alarm clock still had more of its icons and stuff. Hold on, I'll call you up. Oh. Damn, my ringer was loud. Set the max volume. Jesus. Could add an alarm for each sphere of influence change. Can't really ascending, descending node. Can't really read what these say. Transfer window. SOI change. There, it's already selected for me. That's cool. Four hours, 15 minutes. Here's the cool thing about mods, right here. The Kerbal Alarm Clock. This is one of my favorite mods, and I'm surprised it still works. This is one of the ones that's been around the longest. Something that I wish they'd add as a feature as you upgrade your Space Center. You should have some way to count down to your launches, some way to just generally count down, you know what I mean? And did I forget antennas? I forgot antennas. How could I forget? I guess it shouldn't make too much of a difference. I've got Jebediah on board. Damn, how could I forget that? And the camera up here so I can see better on the inside. As the Y change, 3 hours and 32 minutes. Add maneuver there. Try to balance it out a little bit. Oops. Set that as my target. Quick save. The alarm's gonna go off, warp's gonna be cancelled. Let's go ahead and delete the alarm. I know where I'm at. Oh, kill the warp, because I do need an alarm for its maneuver node. switch. That's good enough. Let me. Updated version available. Hey. I might do that here in a little bit. Quick save what I got. 56 minutes for the rocket. An hour and a half for the lander. So let's go ahead and get over to the rocket again and start our rendezvous with the moon station. Get everything ready. Let's close that, I don't need it open. Two flybys of the moon in orbit coming right up. In 1 minute and 20 so seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. 15, 13, 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, let's fine tune that. Propellers, huh? That's cool. Once I started using the mod for propellers, that's whenever I really started to enjoy the flying around in the atmosphere. I was able to learn a little bit easier all the quirks and stuff because you're flying at a lower speed. You don't have as much thrust behind you, I guess. I mean, it was really cool. I haven't even created a plane or anything like that. The first plane that I actually flew was a propeller-driven biplane. in Kerbal Space Program. It was really fun. It's so simple, it kind of blew my mind, but it works so well. I was like a steroid. Kerbin's taking steroids. I can imagine Jeb getting buff. They have never done any of the asteroid missions. I'm sure they're pretty fun too. I always had a difficulty even getting a one of those satellite things out into orbit. I forget what it's called, with the near Kerbal object detection thing. Could imagine their eyes popping out any more than what they are, though. Like I'm looking at Jeb right now, and his eyes are sticking out like what? Whoa! Alright, let me check my orbit here. Make sure everything's going good. My lander's coming in soon too. 34 minutes before I need to run its maneuver. And an hour and 17 before I balance out. There we go. Just 24 meters a second. That's not much delta V at all. It's awesome flying with Jeb. Makes navigating so much easier. Go ahead and add the alarm clock for this maneuver. The main reason that I'm doing this, it's not really... It helps so much whenever you're maneuvering multiple craft at the same time, so you don't lose track of one. That's the reason why I've loved this Kerbal alarm clock over the years. And I still miss the maneuvers. So I need to switch over to my lander now. Let me set MSS 1 as my target. Let's go ahead and... No! Why did it say 3 hours? Warp to next maneuver. Finger on the slash button. Alrighty, yeah, that's all it did was bring me to it. You gotta be careful, sometimes it warps right past wherever it is you're intending to go. Let's close that alarm. Alright. So we're gonna be burning retrograde to slow our speed around the mountain. Node in 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. Oh. Oops. At least I'm not using excess fuel. Close enough. Your ascending node is all the way over here. 1 hour and 5 minutes. It's 26 meters a second. It's again another small burn. This tank right here should be full. Yes, it is. Good. No, I don't need the landing gear out yet because I'm going to dock and refuel. Add an alarm. Full burn. 1 minute prior. Who comes first? You do, of course. The rocket does. Five, four, three, two, one. Perfect. Perfect. That's the satellite goal. I'm aiming for the yellow. That's the thing that keeps confusing me there. And that's the lander right behind me. Alright, so yellow apoapsis is right there. 197, 913. Gonna get it on the second encounter. "55 meter a second burn. Maneuver node. Add alarm. 3 days. So that one is far away. "3 days till rendezvous." Probably could have timed that better. But why? Why, when I've got the best time traveling Kerbals known to the universe? Nobody else has the quick save, quick load ability. Nobody else can fast forward time and go back to the past. I need to set another satellite over here. To where dog scratching at the recliner. I need to put another satellite over here in a polar orbit. An eccentric polar orbit. That way. I have a better comms network going on. Somewhat better comms network. I know it wouldn't be impervious to breaks. Baylor, if you want to scratch, get down on the floor. Alright. Lander. I need to go to the lander. Switch to. Pitter patter. Maneuver node in 18 minutes. Let's go ahead and delete the alarm. Careful with that phone, bud. That's how they break screens. We need to get you a case.
My pocket is not doing its job.
Your pockets are... you're laying down. Your pockets are level with you, so things... Gravity, man. Gravity. Gravity's gonna pull things out of your pockets when you're level and upside down. That's just the way it works.
There.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any more is unnecessary. Oh, maybe not. There. Perfect. Alright, now let's get our rendezvous going here. Still my target. My apoapsis is currently perfectly aligned with the descending node. I think that's the way it's supposed to be. Its apoapsis, however, is all the way over here. 200,000. So I need to bring my periapsis down to 200,000-ish. Huh. Have to have that up, I suppose. Look at that. The lander's gonna get there before the refueling rocket is. Third, 24, 21. Ten, 5, 9, 4, 7, 1, 6, 0.9, 0.5. Yeah, boy, this is working nice. Even better than my lineup with. I'm just gonna hold it right there. I don't want a collision. You can move it? Is it adjustable? I can see. There's probably a way I could move it. Oh no, no! What did I do that for? Shit. Hold on. Let me answer this. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, I should probably try to adjust that. I was hitting buttons though and messed up my orbit a little bit again. I gotta fix 9.5, 10.4, 7.5, 8.4, 7.5, 8.1, 8.2. I can't believe I did that. Messed up that nice approach I had coming.
Come on.
5.1. Getting closer. Two five. I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm gonna save it at that.
How can you get greedy in a game like that?
Accidents happen. That's how you get greedy. You try to get too precise when you already have something that's going to work, and you end up messing it all up. That's how you get too greedy. No sense in showboating. That's how accidents happen, and everything comes to a catastrophic end. Alright, save what I got again, just for redundancy's sake. I think the doggo has to go out, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'll set another alarm. A raw time. Should be no longer than 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll call it 10 minutes. If he doesn't do his business by then he's coming back inside. Alrighty, I'll see you whenever you get back, and I should be getting back maybe around the same time, hopefully. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to restart my macro deck also. And I forgot to start the alarm clock. I don't think I was gone 15 minutes. I might have been. Who knows? Oh well, not important now. Alright, so let's go to... Oh, wait. That can't be. That can't be. Switch back out to the lander. The lander, I believe, is my next maneuver. 1 hour, 46 minutes. Definitely well before this guy. Why can't I? Okay, there we go. Why is my ascending node so foul? Oh well. I guess I can fix it actually. Do I waste the fuel? I don't think I really need to. My rendezvous is going to be 2.5 kilometers apart. That's enough to use monopropellant to get close and dock. So no, I'm not going to fix the normal anti-normal anymore. Correcting the ascending and descending nodes. 1.5 degrees is a manageable difference. It's not perfection, but it's manageable. And that's all we need to get the job done. This right here is an issue. I can't believe I forgot antennas. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to make it to Minmus with this damn thing. I would think as long as I have a pilot on board, it should be okay. I would think. But we shall see. I'm already receiving a signal through relay. That's a good thing. Mainly through that guy right there. As I get closer, it'll probably go MSS1 to that guy, to Kerbin. But that's still some time ahead. 1 hour, 43 minutes, almost 2 hours. Let's go ahead, get the lander positioned on the maneuver node. Switch back to map view. Quick save, warp to next maneuver. One minute, 38 meters a second burn, 4 seconds total. And from there I'll use the monopropellant to bring it in. KSAT 1, still bouncing through KSAT 1. Yeah, I guess because I'm closer to it right now than I am the moon station. and getting a better signal on this side. I'm gonna miss my burn. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Let's see what we got. Ooh. .2 is looking like it's going to be the closest. I want 1.2 at the slowest point, right there. That retrograde isn't going to be the same retrograde once I get closer, but oh well. 5 minutes. Let's check the Kerbal alarm clock just to make sure. Still 3 days. That's with warp. Can I see it now? I don't see it yet. 3,000 meters and closing. I'm pointing directly at it. Why don't I see it? I need to turn retrograde and start slowing down. Why don't I see it? Oops. There it is. Perfect. Wait. Let's see. Can I fly this thing right? There we go. No, that's the wrong way. Flip it around over this way. There it is. Woo! Went way past it. Alright, here we go. Let's check what we got going now. The next intersection is going to be 21 kilometers apart, so we need to correct that. Let's disable the SAS again and start using monopropellant thrusters, RCS thrusters to move that direction. That's not a monopropellant thruster. Oops, wrong button. Right about, yeah. Closing in now. What's the distance? 0.1? Alright, so I'll wait till I slow down. I don't need the gear extended right now. I'm gonna pull my panels in just in case anything weird happens. Orbit, orbit. That's for Hubbard. Or one of these two, anyways. Three minutes until closest. Use the monopropellant to slow us down. That SAS is killer when using this. Alright, I think it's time to start using the station's monopropellant. Oh no. Flip the docking port around. Of course I hit control from that point also, that way the flight ball and everything shows the way I need it to. Let's disable the SAS. Time worked for a second to stop the Kraken in its place. It's thrust in its direction. About a meter a second ought to be nice enough. Yep. 0.0. Coming in nice and smooth. I don't have any lights on the bottom of this. I forgot to pack lights. Goofy me. Good thing that one has lights. I think I can go ahead and start. Whoa. Perfect. Let's aim it right there. Status of target. control from here. Get pointed directly at it on the nav ball. Flip back over, make sure it's directly at it. Alright, I don't think it's going to get much better than that. Quick save what I got. Who's got more monopropellant? The station does. And Valentina has more experience. Not that it's gonna matter in this. Alright, I've already quick saved if I remember right. It seems like I'm getting closer. Alright. Let's just do the dang thing. No! 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 Quick save. Or quick load. That wasn't supposed to work like that. It was supposed to, oops. It seems like I'm already moving in that direction. Just let it rest and let them easily come together. I might even switch over to the other one. See if I can't nudge it just a smidgen. Come on. Connect. Connect, you two. Connect. There we go. Finally. Whew. That was a little nerve-wracking. Make sure all the engines are shut down. Alright. Alright, throttle does nothing. We're good. And I'm currently not connected to the comms net because KSAT 1 is ducking behind, and so is the station. That's alright. That's alright. Valentina, you are being transferred home. Bob, you're staying up here, bud. Bob. Transfer Valentina down there. Don't some of these Kerbals get to come home? Maybe. Hubbard, Malong, and Lotus. Transfer. Bob, Malong, Lotus. Try to refuel the lander as much as possible here. Alright, everything's full with motor propellant. It looks. Should probably make sure. 1, 2 tanks. Yeah, that's all there is. Back in connection with KSAT 1. Let's see what we could do to maybe bring K Rar in to join up in the rendezvous, join up in the moon station sooner than 3 days. I mean, it's got plenty of fuel. It just doesn't have any antennas, if I remember right. Man, I forgot antennas on both the lander and K-Rar. I can't be. Have I not learned my lesson? I guess I have pilots on all of them, so that helps make a difference. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm gonna go step outside for a smoke real quick. It appears as though I am 5 minutes late. It doesn't matter. There's no warp node or anything I had to achieve, I don't think. I still have time. Time's on my side. So let's go here to the apoapsis and bring our periapsis down to match. I'd maneuver there. There we go. It might not be perfect, but oh well. It's a lot sooner. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Disable them sons of bitches. Crap. What did I just do? Too much clicking. Three, 6, 2, 5, 1, 3. Quick save right there. Maneuvers in 56 minutes. 41 meters a second. World milestones. Little one just got home, so had to pause and get him settled in. He's sort of getting settled. He wants to play on my phone for now, so had to disconnect that and everything. And I got 10 minutes before this.
I got Roblox. You. Oh, Roblox. What are you doing?
There we go. 0.0. Now flip around to retrograde marker.
Look. You're Trinity Fox.
Mm-hmm.
See?
I see.
It's so like yellow.
How far out was that? 3.5 minutes. I thought this showed me that. Maybe it's in Rendezvous. Alright, so I'm just so lucky that the descending node happens to be just before the intersect. I don't know why there's no time to intersect. Let's see if I can find it. Time to atmosphere. Oh, this is orbital. Let's go to rendezvous. Time till approach. I mean, let's give it a shot. (1:32). Yeah, so time till approach is more accurate. And that's just the time to the nodes, ascending and descending node, which is off by 0.4 degrees. But that's manageable. I don't need body information. I just need the rendezvous. Back to this. 50 seconds till approach. See, this is going to be complicated because I'm going to have to break the lander and the station apart and connect them each, or connect one of them to this and then connect the other to the opposite end. All because I didn't, this is the only craft that I put multiple, docking ports on. Whoa, wrong way. Alright, now I need to get these things lined up. Go ahead and point this thing at the station. It doesn't matter which way. That way shine some light on it. That's kind of cool. Alright, so let's switch over. Save what I've got so far too. I'm going to dock the station first. Control from here. Undock. Set as target. Just a little bit of a nudge away to where I can maneuver a little bit. So I need a point. Why don't I have any SAS? Oh no. I didn't think this through. There's no pilots aboard. I've got Bob and a bunch of tourists. This is gonna be fun. Actually, I'm going to just avoid catastrophe from the start. I quick saved before I started any maneuvers. Let's think about this. Alright, first I'm going to need to move people out of where? Where do I have room? No crew in the lander can. So let's move the tourist. There's nobody in the cupola? Okay, so let's put Valentina in the cupola. Let's try this again. Quick save. Control from here. Undock. We're going right there. Set as target. Disable the SAS for a second and get some separation. Now let's turn and face our target. There's the SAS. That's going to be a big help. There we go. Let's switch. Control from here. We're gonna intersect without doing anything else. It's too much light. Get better aligned here. Still saying I'm going to intersect. So I should still probably come together here without even doing anything else, aside from keeping them aligned. But I'm going to hurry it up a bit. There we go. Alrighty. Now let's control from here. Aim camera there. Set as target. Just a newbie out here flying this thing all by himself. I can't believe I did that. I left the nub alone. Hopefully he doesn't ruin everything for me here. Actually, yeah, let me bring that rendezvous thing back up. 9 minutes till nearest approach. Let's speed that up. Let's make the newbie maneuver. Make sure all my engines are shut down too. Don't want the newbie making any mistakes.
Daddy,
What?
what is it?
I love you too.
Daddy,
What?
I was fun at my birthday.
You were swimming?
No, I was fun at my birthday.
That was fun at your birthday? You had fun swimming? Yeah, it was pretty fun. We'll go swimming some more. Maybe we'll go outside when the sun goes down a little bit and try to clean your pool out some. You want to go help me? Uh-huh. Maybe we'll get your brother to go help us too.
Cause me, I
Clean the
saw
pool. Why am I talking about you all? Because it was not a little hard work because I'm going to hurt you guys every now and then.
Hello, son.
You want to go outside, huh?
No.
Well, we'll go outside here in a little bit. Not right now. It's pretty warm outside. It's pretty hot.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's pretty.
Warm.
Don't argue with your daddy. Don't argue with me.
Hey. Like,
No.
uh,
No. Go on, cat. Cat.
Oh, so yeah, it was aligned properly. I just was looking the wrong direction.
No. Yeah. Go.
Current part count. It's not on here. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. There we go. 21 parts.
I don't like it.
I'm mad.
No, don't be mad. I don't like it. I'm not your friend.
Boys, be nice. That's not being nice. Neither one of you all are being nice.
I don't like it.
close yet so far. Why? No.
What? What is it, Dad? What? What? The ship is being trained.
It bounced.
It does.
Oh, what happened here? Oh, I forgot to, I forgot to save. Oh well, we could do this again. So there's nobody in there. I need to put somebody. Let's put Valentina. No, I didn't mean to put her on an EVA. What the hell am I thinking? I'm not even thinking. I need to transfer Gusprie's on the lander. Valentina's already in that. Okay, so I don't need to transfer anything. Control from here. Undock. Let's separate a little bit. Set that as my docking port, my target. Oh, that damn SAS. Alright, let's flip around. Nothing broke, you know. I probably could have tried it again, but oops, wrong direction. Right there. Actually, I gotta meet right between. It's probably somewhere like right there, maybe. Switch over here. hard to get these things frickin' properly aligned. Ah, no. Jesus, man. Docking can be such a pain in the ass sometimes. Ah. Jesus Christ. Just keep doing this. It will come together eventually. There we go. Come on. There we go. Control from here. Set as target. Flip this bad boy around. Let's save it this time around. Control from here. Set as target. Quick save right here before any maneuvers. Let's get it going. I'm not entirely sure, but I think I might have been talking to a dead mic for quite a big portion here recently. It happens. Oh well. I've just been moving fuel around. Oh no. Where's the active engines?
game.
I'm arguing with the kiddo about this. He thinks he can fit all of his games, an infinite amount of games, onto the phone, onto my phone, my old cheap phone. I mean, it's not super cheap, but it's getting old. He's already got Roblox. He's already got 2 hill climb games. He's already got his PBS games.
Do you have more? Do I have more Rainbow One? I want Dan Tiger game.
You want Daniel Tiger game?
With no, he said potty Nano Tiger.
Oh, the potty training Daniel Tiger?
Yeah.
There's not enough room to download anything else, buddy.
Yeah.
No, here, you can go play with it, but the battery's getting low, so don't turn the brightness up. Okay, gotta leave the brightness down to where you get it to last longer. And play with the games that you already have. Maybe we'll get rid of one of those or 2 of those games and get a different one later, but not right now.
Those are old games.
You're an old game.
I'm in a game.
You're not. You're not a game. Alrighty. What do I want to do? I think I'm just gonna save it right here, ladies and gents. And I'll come back tomorrow with episode 10, part 10 of Woodjo's career mode in Kerbal Space Program. Just to recap, I brought the Kerbal refuel and return rocket and the I think it was called KS3. It was basically just another lander. KS3 Kerbal SOI, KSOY lander, whatever it is, some fancy name I called it. Anywho, don't forget to keep liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing, and following, and subscribing, and following, and all that fun stuff. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Quick save again. Alright, peace.